Well, well, well. Howdy.
How are you?
I am in the dark.
Yeah.
And I got an echo. Hold on. Let me get my headphones. I have to go grab a drink and a couple things. I'll be right back. All right, all right. Let's get this audio situation figured out real quick. Can you hear me okay? Beautiful. Everything's working. I don't know why I said 1:30. I don't know why I said 1:30 or 1 o'clock or what time did I say 1:30? I don't know what I said. Well, I had the same thing happen to me last night. Friday night was last yeah, Friday night. So no, Thursday night. It happened to me Thursday night. She was supposed to stay the night Thursday night. And yeah, yeah. And she was gonna come over at 10 o'clock because that's when my son goes to sleep. Like he's supposed to be in bed and passed out by 10 p.m. And I think it's yeah, we just met, so you're not yeah, we're not. She doesn't even want to date somebody with kids, but she's cool with it. She said, but that's not why I was sneaking her over. I was sneaking her over because it's too early for Jonah. Yeah, I don't. But anyway, uh, it's like 8 o'clock at night, and she texts me a picture of her and her sister, and I guess her mom had surprised her because she was just in an accident, like not even 2 weeks ago. A car chase was happening, and the car that was running from the police fucking smashed her car like bad, T-boned her, and like her car was like the fact that she's still here, and the fact that and the things I was doing to this poor girl's body the other night, like like I'm sorry. Anyway, but yeah, she sends me this picture, and I'm super excited because like I am a nervous fucking wreck when I first meet a woman, especially when we get intimate, and my body basically just shuts down. Like I don't know. I try to explain this to my wife. She's like, "Oh, just go have sex with other women." I'm like, you don't understand how uncomfortable that is for me. I'd really like you to be there if we're going. Like it's not even for me. It's for like you and I are sex. Like if I have sex without you, I'm not really like into it. Um. Well, anyway, so here I am, this nervous wreck, and they make pills for these types of things, but I'm like I'm good. I'm a grown man. I'm under control. Yeah. So first of all, I'm like all over the place performance wise, but yeah, she's man, she's a little firecracker, and I was super excited for her to come to my house because I'm comfortable in my home. Like I'm gonna give you a like yeah, that was not my A game. So correct. That's so wrong. Anyway, um yeah, so I'm super excited, and she sends me this picture saying her mom, and I'm like, I already knew right then and there. I was like, this whole weekend is fucked because my son like out of nowhere, his sister's like, "Can we have him for the weekend?" I'm like, "Please, yes, take him. I need a break." Um, but yeah, like this weekend's been very hard. I'm super excited that her sister's here. Like she drove up from North Carolina to see her because she's been in an accident. I guess she's been super down lately. Um, and we just met, so I don't know if this woman's crazy or psycho. She could be running around with a guy and using her sister as an excuse for like my head goes all over the fucking place. Oh, absolutely. Like, and I'm not getting. Yeah, I don't want to get overly excited, but anyway. So yeah, Thursday night, like it feels like I wasn't ghosted, or it's not a shitty excuse because like yeah, I mean that's yeah, if your sister's here, I'm fucking super ecstatic for you. Like I'm deep inside, I'm a depressed puppy right now. She's talking to me constantly. Yeah, the energy's really good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The energy's really good. um I am a little scared. Like it makes me think, she's probably got some serious. We both have serious issues. We all do. That's the point. Well, she's married right now, right? So, her marriage is a little bit more for different. Yeah. Anyway, she's married too, technically, and yeah, neither of us appear to be interested in our spouses. I mean, that's not true. I told her that I love my wife. That if my wife came back, that I'm willing to do the hard work for us to work our marriage out. So, yeah, so that's all under clear. And I think that's part of the work that we're doing here. The divorce is on, as far as I know. Yeah, she's This is what I assume my wife is doing right now. I've lived with her for 8 years, so I'm going to just assume this is what she's doing right now. She's. It's Saturday. She doesn't have Tempe. She is probably laying in bed right now with her cell phone, watching romance videos about breakups or how to deal with narcissists or something. Like she's watching videos about relationships, playing a game on her phone while she's listening to it, and has a bag of candy next to her. That's what I'm assuming she'd be doing right now. I could be wrong. And if I am wrong and she's out living life right now and thriving, then I'm happy for her. This is the best thing for her is to get a divorce because she wouldn't be doing that if we were here and she was doing that. I would be fucking so happy. But while we're here, yeah, I really do think I lost my marriage due to mental health, and I wish I would have been smarter sooner because I allowed it to happen. Like, oh, I'm the wrong one. I have anger issues. I'm the abusive one. When really she's avoiding all accountability. She's avoiding all of the like not working on anything. I'm like, okay, she's depressed, so you need to carry this weight for her. Well, carrying weight for years just furthers the turmoil and toxicity. So yeah, now that I just wish we could both be free from each other's toxicity and have a healthy relationship with each other. If we actually work towards it, I think that would happen. But maybe that's not an option. Well, for her, it's not an option. Um, so that does bother me. Well, my big issue, yeah, the house is like she wants to sell the house immediately and get a check. Okay, I understand that. If that was really what you wanted, then why aren't you over here helping get the house ready to sell? Like, I'm not stopping you. In fact, I've told you this May, if we're not going to go to Hawaii together, then yeah, I'm done. Because I'm going to go to Hawaii regardless. It's part of my plan. And it was our plan. If you're backing out of that plan, that's fine. Do that. My plan, I didn't build it just for me. I built it for me and a partner. And if you don't want to be that person, I will. Yeah, I'll figure that out on my own. Maybe this time I'm going and I'll make a vow to myself to keep my shit right. And will a woman want to go to Hawaii with me in 5 years to stand on that cliff with me when I've stood there with you? Probably not. I'll find another place on Earth, but that's going to be I'll find a new cliff. That's right. I told her I was like, if you're really done, we'll treat it like a reality show. Like you can either like hold me and embrace me, or you can just shove. Anyway, so we've both been through some shit. We've both been through marriage. We're both, thriving in our careers and trying to be successful and we live with intent. We want to help others because why? Why do we want to help others? Fuck them. Let everybody live in fucking ignorance. Yeah. Think about the internet coming out and how people weren't as connected back then, where we didn't have screens or a way to communicate with somebody halfway across the world. When you were confined to your community and what you were given access to through television, which was done through filters after filters after filters to be able to see what you got to see. We were sure not to, we didn't get to see all of life, and it was all acting, right? Now, fast forward to today, look at mental health back then. Now look at today with everything connected. Look at the different streams of information, filtered and unfiltered. So today, we've broken down all these barriers, and it's almost like it's overwhelming with how much information there truly is. Where before it was, null, and now it's the opposite end of the spectrum. And what we need to do is get through all that noise, but we also need to grow and get some of the data, the good data out there. We got to meet in the middle somewhere and have quality data that actually matters, right? So what I'm trying to do is make this a place that I have a few places to land, right? When I see somebody hurting, I have a lot of relationships with different businesses, different services. When I see somebody that needs something, if a solution isn't there already, I'm sure we can devise a solution. Like my way of doing this is because I just want to help people, educate them. Obviously, like you said, we're all evolving. So whether it's through my master plan on the tech side, the financial side, the workforce development side, whether it's for individuals on brand development, business development, and management, and all that good stuff. There's so many different areas that I can help people with, but for me, it's just the core framing, helping the whether it's a brand or an individual. So for me, Plummet is an escapism where I can dive into sex talk. I can talk about things of kink or things of just playfulness, basically adult play with women, which is something I'm very passionate about and I love doing. And it's almost like music. What music are you listening to? What thing do you enjoy doing? How do you enjoy having it done? That's interesting. Have you ever had it tried this way? Have you listened to Deftones lately? Like, to me, I wish it was like for me, it's no different than talking about music. I'm comfortable talking about it. I love experience, but some people out there, you even start talking about, you say the word clit or something, people instantly get this unnerving feeling. Like I just went over and started like fondling them or something, like physically, just like I it's almost a reaction as if you physically assaulted somebody. So correct. And what I'm saying now is that, and that's where all this is heading, right? Because in the 50s, I just saw like a 70s interview of Gene Simmons and some of the guys from Kiss. And they were on a national broadcast being interviewed in the 70s. And here they are in full costume. And grandma's just, oh, I can just see them freaking the fuck out. They just let the devil on TV. And what I'm trying to get at is if you back up to the 40s when she was a, 20-year-old, 30-year-old woman. And, what she saw on TV was Elvis Presley. And that was, oh my God, how dare he move like that? He's dancing like those black people. Like, it's like gays today. When I was a kid, if somebody was said to be homosexual in my class, my little Kenton, Ohio, population 8,000, like one black family down the road, if somebody was found out to be gay, they're fucked. They were fucked. It was so fucking bad. And today, um, yeah, you have people proudly at the high school that are students, fully open, and just you wouldn't even think anything of it. What I don't want to do is think that think people should, I'm not trying to take the work that we're going to be doing and saying that it should be as common to where we see our work in schools. Well, this will definitely be adult topics and conversations, but I think what I like to think is that there is a side of this to help young mothers, because what we're doing is helping women blossom and understanding. Oh shit, we got so much work to do, and that's what I'm saying is I need us to quit yapping right now. We need to get some structure going. So, um, yeah, you bought a domain, and you bought that through Foursquare. You good, good, good. Because here's the thing is that, and I don't know if you're quite ready for it yet. What I would do is I would get yourself a 365 tenant, so that way you have Microsoft. Um, and there's so many ways that we could go about this. So Plummet, I don't want it associated with Navicore and Rigid 6. I think Rigid 6 will have an umbrella that will do the photo shoots and stuff. It won't be Rigid 6, it'll be a service of Rigid 6. Um, but if you want to make the tenant that you purchase to be the tenant for Plummet and for, like, if you want to own the tech stack, I'll help contribute to it because there's going to be a budget here, and we also have to manage resources. So there's going to be value in whoever owns the tech stack. So a bridge between us can be the main focus company. Plummet can be a joint venture between Rigid 6 and Bridge Between Us. And Blossom could be a product of Plummet. And along with the garden and all that stuff. Now, I don't remember what all was under your brand idea as far as the garden and all that stuff. And we're going to get into that with the emails, but am I framing things correctly so far? Well, first of all, Blossom is the status of a client. All right, that's the end result we're looking for. Okay, um, so I don't know if Blossom. I think the garden experience altogether is going to be a shared product. I think the way I'd like this to be is that you have packages under Bridge Between Us that you do to help women, right? Are you helping men at all at this point? Correct. Well, yeah, I want to understand your framing for how you're going to provide services. I know that may not be figured out yet, but I'm assuming you're going to be working with individuals and with couples, and it's oh, come on, come on. So if that's the case, what I'm assuming that you're going to do is you're going to have the ability to have a subscription base where you get so many sessions a month or whatever. with the ability to, you'll have a platform where there's educational materials. Are you going to be putting out videos that you make that explain topics? Are you going to be doing any kind of content creation? Are you going to be talking on camera? And we're going to correct, but we have to have a starting point. And so even if it's a bad plan, we will iterate it as we move forward, and it'll tighten up and get better as we go. So for starting off, you're going to see individuals and couples. You're going to offer some form of subscription base to where they can see you so often to work on whatever it is. Yeah. So, because what we're looking for is reoccurring revenue. Okay. What we want to be able to do is provide with very little time of ourselves working with somebody and truly giving them value for a concept. And really, when they meet with us or one of our associates, because they shouldn't have to meet with us to be able to get the benefits of what we're teaching, the why and the core of what we're doing and teaching. Others should be able to get it and be able to come, oh, this is amazing. Oh, this has helped me blossom. Yeah, I could probably help walk her through the garden, help them blossom. Yeah, like I think I would be actually good at it as I do it, practice it. Yeah, yeah. That's what we're creating. Because if we can do that, you and I are having these meetings and tell people, hey guys, here's what we're hearing about the feedback that we're seeing in the sessions and what, we're getting feedback from our AI. So, what we'd like you guys to do is in the sessions to try to do this moving forward and make sure you guys bring this up in the session. Like, we are here to ensure it's alive, the thing that we built, and that it's helping connect people and bring growth, not just to make some money off of us doing hours with people. Because if that's all we're doing right here, I'm not really that interested. I'm sorry, because I don't want to be stuck doing sessions with people one on one. I want them to be so interested to meet the founders and the people that brought this together, the people that lead this thing, to where we will quarterly we're going to have a call with everybody, a Q&A, and that's the kind of hype. So bridge between us, I'm hoping you're thinking it's going to be bigger than just yourself, and that we're going to put together a subscription package, and that this is going to be, and if we shoot for the moon and we don't land there, at least we'll land amongst the stars, right? We'll be up there somewhere. So that I just want. That's why we're having this conversation. I want to set expectations up early. I don't want to everything I'm building, Navicore, Creative Tech, Rigid Six, GrowingUpHere.com, now Plummet. It's supposed to be some like one of these is going to. I build everything to be an idea that takes off and can be big on its own. Like, oh, I've heard of that brand. I've signed up for that brand because I want something eventually to hit and give me the ability just to. I'm gonna be on the yacht next week, and you guys have a good one. I don't know if it'll work. We're winging it. Right now I'm up to 20 grand. Well, tell me about it. So tell me about what you're because I'm not telling you what to do by any means. Like what I'm telling you is that I want us to build Plummet out, and that's going to be the focus. I also, in return of doing this, I'm willing to offer to help your brand that you build, your idea, because you want to market it. You want it to be successful. And you want to be able to bill at the highest dollar amount possible. So hopefully, you start landing women in their mid 20s to their, mid 40s that are wanting to be educated and understand what blossom means. And they work and they're very successful. And what they want is to be able to not wait for a man to show them how to not to be waiting for a man to bring whatever out of them, that they're in control, that they have it now. And to find a man, the right match, you need, be blossomed, right? Like, and maybe we're going to learn if blossom's the right word, because sometimes when I say it, it starts to sound a little, it hasn't given me the true ick yet, but if it does give me the ick, and I could see it giving the ick, like, we got to be careful with the terminology and things we pick. So, think of a woman's flower like blossom, hymen, you know, tearing, and woman becoming, a woman out of her shell. Um, so I just want to make sure that we don't sound. This needs to sound mature and what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, classy. Mm. Yeah, I am so turned off when a woman is like, whatever you want. I just want to make you happy. Tell me what you want me to do. I want you to tell me what you like because I want to please you. And if you don't know what you like, you know, if you can't tell me, go lower or go higher, if I can't get any direction from you, I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna be wondering, am I doing okay? Is this okay? And having any kind of, if you can't be present and you can't be confident in yourself, and if you can't read your partner, if things are going well or not, it's a very off-putting feeling. It really is. Yep, yep. Don't be cussing out the guy that skipped out on you tonight. Now, you women don't react. That's what they want sometimes. So I like how you broke down the different flowers. And there's a lot of different flowers. So where did you start? Did you start with flowers? I'm sure, assuming you started with the actual practice, sensual identity, integration. Okay, so I I hear where you're at in there, um and understand packages, but I want to understand a couple other things first because I think I'm starting to see your vision here. And so the garden, you like that as a bridge between us. Let's start there. Why bridge between us? Correct. Like, and coaching is like, yeah. So bridge between us. So you're basically a bridge between us. If you're a single person, you want, like, it's gay, but every couple does. I know I did it. I love us. This is so us type thing, right? And to have that us, you're saying you're the bridge to help people find a healthy us. Is that what I'm hearing? Okay. So the garden play. How does that play into? That's where things get confusing for me because we're taking. I like that concept. Where does the garden come into that? Like, I get the. Now, see the photography thing. So that's maybe where I'm getting confused. So the photography thing wouldn't be a bridge between us thing. That'd be a plummet thing, right? So yeah. So let's and that's where I'm trying to say is I think the garden concept and the flower concept belong with the photography, like the journey that we're creating, the experience we're creating here. These packages. Let's take the flowers off the packages for a second. Let's just look at the packages. The gentle beginning, personality and play. Remember, the flowers were supposed to represent different sexual identities. So I correct, and that's different. That's every flower starts as a seed, and so I think we can set that aside. So what I'm saying is I think these packages are called just for right now, and none of this is in stone, but to help with clarity, the packages are called the gentle beginning, personality and play, confidence and presence, and I think we do want something that gives a an identity to the gentle beginning, an identity to the personal play. I think the garden concept. I would stray away from that here, and I don't know how tied because we get emotionally tied to things. Like you may be emotionally tied to these flowers being tied to the different products. Like we have a carnation that represents, um, but well, that's where I was. That's where that going. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going because I'm thinking maybe the gentle beginning. I'm thinking let's think of like the bridges of Madison County type bridge, like that one that has the little like, thing over the road, and you know what I'm talking about. Have you ever seen that movie? I showed my age here. Um, so like a pretty bridge like that, and then the personality and play. That's like the Golden Gate Bridge or something. We I don't know yet, but I'm sure if we took some time to spitball around confidence and presence, a bridge between us, we can come up with some kind of imagery or some kind of something to tie to these packages. But the beautiful part of this is that you have different areas of focus for people to work on. And there's going to be some kind of scorecard or assessment that you do to figure out what you will suggest to somebody. And depending on what you figure out that they like whatever their prescription falls for. Oh, you need two sessions a month of this, and then one of this, and then one of this. That's one a week, and then two of those sessions will be on this. Then we're gonna put, and that'll help get you closer to your desired state, which is whatever. And that all will get figured out as we go. But what I'm hearing is bridge between us is building bridges between the person and the missing gap. You are the bridge between them and filling that gap so they can find their us. that flows, that's clean. And with you being that bridge that helps people close that gap for them, or for a couple that says, hey, we want more playfulness in our relationship, it's just not there. Or hey, you know what, we're too playful, we never take it serious, right? So where's the package that says, confidence and presence, maybe, or integration? uh, you're going to find what's best based off of your wheelhouse to help. Because what I like about your framing here is you're helping people see things in frames, and they're going to start putting themselves in frames, and they're going to be able to start thinking more systematically and finding ways around solutions and figure out what does trigger their nervous system, so they can get like. So the framework you put together here is beautiful. Um, so let's do this. This is so well. So I'm trying to get like, so we have our individual identities, and we have the brands we work with, and we're creating some brands right now that we're going to be working with. You have a personal brand, I have a personal brand. Darcy, I'm Joseph. We have bridge between us, we have rigid six, and these are the brands that each of us represent that has the ability to do something fun with sex. So what I'm saying is that you are creating a practice right now, a bridge between us. And we are giving it an identity and packages and a way for you to make money, because that's one of the things that I want to help you with. Because once you have that up and you're bringing that money in, and you have a legitimate bridge between us, that should be established before we get plummet where it needs to be. Because having you successfully, maybe even having a few clients, and having packages going and getting through the hurdles and bumps, um, you know, we're going to get to a point where we're starting to focus on this experience. We're talking to enough people where we have a few girls that want to try this experience. And what we're going to do is we're going to create a garden for this experience. We'll use flowers for this experience. And we're going to take a girl into the garden, walk them through it. We're going to find where they feel like they belong. We're going to figure out if their flower is ready to blossom, or if it's close, or if it's got a lot of work to do. Because if it's got a lot of work to do, well, then we're going to schedule some shoots with Rigid Six, and we're going to schedule some sessions with Bridge Between Us, and we're going to do some work on helping you figure out your garden and where you belong in it, and to help you blossom. And then when we figure that out, to get to the true experience, to help us figure that out, we're going to plummet deep into you, self-reflection. So you're part of this whole experience is they might have to go through every one of your six stages that you have here, and one of them would be that plummet where we're going deep dive. We're looking at self-reflection, like deep dive. Let's zoom in on your stretch marks. Let's zoom in on that mole on your face that you hate so much. Let's build a loving bond with it, and find a way to accept it. Because you can't, I mean, you can go change it, you can start cutting it up. Or if you're not in any healthy, if there's no, why add health risk if there is none? Like, why don't we work on our mental health? Why do we have to push a button every time? Why can't something be good enough? um, we settle for some things, and some things we don't settle for. Don't settle for a body that's out of shape. If you're tired and you don't want it, get up and make it healthy. If something's making you unhealthy, right? So that's the perspective we're coming from. we want to give the power to them to accept and love themselves or have a plan, because that's what I'm good at. I help build plans, or have a plan to deal with that thing. Either accept it or have a plan on how to live with it or work around it or whatever it is, but don't just sit there and shut down and avoid life because of this thing. Let's go deep into it, right? So that's where all this is going. Um, because you can't really have, well, anybody of trauma, right? We're like, again, we're all dealing with trauma, but people that are suffering and are not living, those are the people we should be focused on. People that are hurting and want to, like, they're either super angry or they're just super shut down. Like, you'll see, you can point them out with ease. Um, what we want to help people feel better about themselves. Yeah, so they can have good relationships with others. You can't have a healthy relationship if you're not healthy. I'm sorry, it's not possible. Well, even then, well, we're gonna get to work here. All right. So, yeah, we're all fucked in our own ways, aren't we? What can you do? So, yeah, this is how I see this going. Basically, we are going to have under here. This is going to be. Um, where did my Outlook go? Come here, you. And I think once you have your sessions going, and I can get my portfolio going for Rigid Six, where I show where I've done shit with the mayor, I show that I've done shit with big IT events here in Cincinnati. I've done I've been on panels. I've done like all kinds. Once I show my portfolio, you have a site, you have clients going through it, and then when we release this Plummet website and we have the logos pointing to our brands, that's going to help people see that, oh shit, there's some legitimate businesses doing legitimate work that is offering this. It's just going to help us with our, help people see that we're not just trying to get them in our studio to get them in their panties and take pictures of them. If that was the case, that's easy to do. Women like having their pictures taken. A lot of them are too scared to do it, though. Well, it takes a lot of trust. I mean, I'm glad I earned your trust and I didn't break it. So, oh no, I just know I get better every time I do it, and I want to continue working on it. So, yeah, this really all over the place. Let's make this a little bit tighter. So under plummet, I see us having a. This is right here. This is going to be the garden. Now, in the garden, we're going to have different areas. Vanilla to don't call the cops. Okay. Shit's getting crazy in here. It's okay. We allow this is consensual. It's okay. Um so we'll have an entrance for people to walk in that will be, you know, very much where you can see right off to the left. You'll see some vanilla shit. You know, maybe we'll have a big water fountain in the middle where they can't see the crazy shit right at first, but as they walk through the garden, they'll get there. Uh, but the thing about this is that they don't have to see what they don't want to see. Like once we start going down a path that they don't like, you should fork back, and it's going to start at vanilla. We're not going to be. There's an evolution to sex too. It's like it's an it's a snowball effect, right? You start with marijuana, then you do coke, and then you do acid, and now you're doing meth, and now you're shooting up heroin, and now you're fucking, shoving shit up your ass, and you're just trying to get high, doing whatever the fuck you can do to get high. Yeah, we're not. We need to. That's that's kind of part of it too, because people will find their baseline for their happy medium, and then there's limits, right? So once you have your baseline, you don't want to go too vanilla past that baseline because everybody goes, "Oh, I'm bored. Okay, this is just we're going through the motions." Versus going to the limits. Okay, hey, I told you, don't touch my asshole again. Okay, my bad, my bad, my bad. Like where are the limits? That way we know where to stay in. So that way you know how to set very clear. Hey, here's where I am. These are my soft limits and these are my hard limits, right? And some of these websites are already kind of doing that to some degree. But what we want to do is think of a profile that as you get to know somebody, you get to learn different sections of their profile starts to open up. And you really shouldn't be opening up that let somebody see that sexual side of you until you're further into a process with somebody, if you ask me. But here's the thing. What if you've been married for 4 years and you still don't have a clue about what the profile of your partner is? Wouldn't it be nice to know? And I think a lot of marriages that do last this long, at least yours was much longer, but 7 years. We 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 were together. 12th of February of this year would have been 8 years of us knowing each other. We were married for 7. So yeah, like to know somebody that well, to I guess live with somebody that long, you should know them so much better. But when the emotional disconnection happens, you don't yeah, you're completely fucked. So I think part of this is so sad. Yeah, yeah, and I would rather my spouse be happy and get what she needs and then come home. If it was something I couldn't do and I knew that's all she was going to do with somebody else, like go get pissed on, girl. That's just not my thing. You want to have like you know 3 black guys in you at once. Go for it. It's not my thing. I'm good. It's not something I really want to watch either. I'm good. I don't. That's never happened to me. I'm just saying. Like some people want what they want, and I think if somebody wants something, if you really love them and they really want to live this fantasy out, like if I want to go to the my favorite band's concert and be backstage and VIP, and I have an opportunity to do it, like, but I can't take my wife. Is she the type to be like, well, if I can't go, you ain't going, motherfucker? Like, does she want me to experience that and have that? Like, or is she upset because of what it does to her, or not for her, or whatever? Like that. See, that's what I'm trying to say. To me, sex, making love's a different story. Being intimate and affectionate's different. There's a difference between sex and yeah. And if you can't separate them, if you're not evolved enough to where you, then it's probably better just to keep them fantasies, like and not live them out. I don't know. Everybody has their own demons, their own fucking crazy shit. Like there's some crazy shit that I'm into, but I would never do. But we all have our own beliefs and our own limits. But all right, so I'm looking at the second email you sent me real quick. We need a. Oh my god. Well, with this being the model, um, so this is going to be this is to me is an experience, and these are programs. And you can subscribe to these programs. Um, this is going to be an experience, but it's also going to have. Let's see here. We're going to have application, community. Uh, what else? Um, oh yeah. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I think that yeah, all of this will live underneath this here garden. And I know you're going to have a community. You're going to have so a bridge between us has to have its own identity. It can live, and if Plummet burns on fire, this is solid. This is protected. Now, give me a second to read this email. Yeah, so I want to make sure because I know you're not sold on anything. Is anything that I've done so far changed anything that you? I mean, I think it is different from what you've written here to some degree, but I don't know if it's in a devastating way or not. Um, I think yeah, that's why I want to make sure that I think it should be completely separate from plumbing. What are your thoughts on that? Like, I think the thing that will be integrated is the work you're doing with individuals and couples. Uh, like, do you have anything that's focused on sex only in these six? Organically, absolutely. And I see that can start to see the flow, like how it does get deeper. It starts with self and then gets deeper, right? Well, I also want to protect you, and I want you to seem like somebody that truly helps like it's not sex related. There is no connection with this sex thing. That the only thing that's connected is the brand that is solid, doing work for individuals and couples to help them find the perfect us. Plummet is going to be for those right now. Plummet. Do you see Plummet being both women and men? Or because what I think is to help men understand how to be a good gardener and know when a woman hasn't blossomed and help them truly blossom and make sure that it's right for that person and not to not to do what a lot of guys do. And I don't think guys do this intentionally, but grooming women. I don't think they know what grooming is, but that's what they're doing. And here we are, we're trying to groom women not to be groomable. So like it's all manipulation, right? Manipulation is only bad is when it doesn't when it can harm somebody else. Um, so we all manipulate. We're trying to manipulate this thing to make sense for both of us, that we both align with, that we both can agree with. Joseph's not the end all be all. I don't always have it right. That's why I want feedback. I want to hear how you feel. Um, if you want Bridge Place to be sexual and integrated with Plummet and make that connection there, like knowing if that's truly what you want, knowing that's what you want, and you understand the difference there, and you truly want it to be that way, then I want to I want to support what you want, but I think protecting yourself, and same with Rigid Six, I'm protecting myself by not having. I told you it'd be a sub brand. Well, here it is, Plummet. It's a joint venture. That's perfect. Like that happened on the fly in that real time. That build out, because that's the first time I said joint venture. And that's I was asking the question, thinking about possibilities as I was asking it. Joint venture makes sense to me. And then when we draw it up here, I don't see. It could be that this is a true program where it's really underneath you versus where it is now. Uh, and Rigid Six really helping support plummet your product. Like it could be that, but I think we both want to own a piece of the thing that we're building, and this is what gives us that is we both own it because we both have say in this. This is the thing that we're sharing. And if we bring anybody else in, they can say, well, I was only wanting to really do the coaching side and help with this because I'm a coach too. Oh, in fact, a friend called me yesterday. He's actually got a felon. He's a felon, and he is like been doing recovery and coaching and stuff. He's like, hey man, do you know anybody that works? And when I said there was only a few black people in my hometown growing up, he was one of those very few. He actually had I can't remember if he was adopted or if it was foster home or what, but he was in my hometown, and you know, he dealt with a lot of shit. Uh, and rightfully so. He kept fucking all the white girls, pissing off all the guys, but girls and one black guy in town, and him being fairly attractive and fit. Yeah, like what do you expect's going to happen? He pissed off all the fathers of Kenton, but no, he's had a fucked up life. He's I haven't really been around him a lot. Like I said, I didn't have felonies. Luckily, I didn't have any. Walked out without any STIs or any felons. Woo! Thank God. But like he wants to find something that I like where I could help him. Like, well, I mean, counseling maybe. Like, you know, by finding a way to help people through the lens of between us, bridge between us. And you got bridgebetweenus.com, right? .org. Okay. Um, Trying to think if we should. Yeah, so if we do this, we're going to need HubSpot. We're going to need certain tools to do this. How soon before you can start seeing people? That's what I'm asking. When does that happen? When do you feel like you'll be ready? Okay. So we need to have a website live. We need to have a sales funnel live with HubSpot live. So that way when people fill out the form, we get notified in an email. I don't want AI talking to them. I think we're small enough to where we can be present and watching the feed and getting back to people right away. So the way this is going to work is we're going to be just having chats and getting materials ready, and we're going to have a website and some other materials that people can go to and read, and um, essentially people are going to schedule with you. And your calendar is going to have certain open spots, and we're going to set the technology up so when they schedule something online, they're going to pay when they schedule. They're going to get a receipt. They're going to say your session with Darcy has been blah 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 blah. Now, if you had other people work with you, do they need to be certified as well? Someone's going to help them with their intake form. Correct. So I want you to see that the value I'll be adding by giving you setting up your HubSpot, setting up your Microsoft 365, or bridge between us, getting your email set up, having a phone number so when someone calls it, you don't answer. There's a professional voicemail that picks it up, and then if they leave a voicemail, you get an email with the transcribed, and you can get back to them. And we're going to push people to an assessment that they can fill out, and then they're going to schedule a time to do an intake. The intake doesn't have to be with you. Ideally, we'll have somebody else do the intake because that's going to make you look more professional. And if you're doing your own intakes, it just makes you look small. And there's so many small time counselors out there. And we're going to advertise, we're going to push Google AdWords. We're going to spend about $1,000 a month when we go to do this live to bring you a client. All we need to do is bring you one that's going to spend, anywhere from $500 to $600 a month with you on sessions. We just bring one of those, we're almost wrapping up our costs, right? We're bringing a second person, now we're making a little bit of money. Now we're bringing a third, now a little bit more money. And what our goal is to get you bringing enough money with enough clients to where we can look at the budget and go, okay, how much of this needs to be put back into the business, and how much money can you start putting in your pocket? And once we get that ball rolling, we can figure out where the first thing I would do is get a budget where you can hire yourself a virtual or not an AI, but a real virtual assistant, somebody that's working 20 to 30 hours a week, managing your calendar, doing your intakes, doing that stuff. So what I'm trying to tell you is I can help you develop the plan as long as you do the real fucking work. And if you do that, girl, we're going to start a sex company, and this shit's going to be so sick. And I have to be a good boy because I get really horny, and when women start taking the clothes off and getting really vulnerable around me, they get really vulnerable and really sexy, and then things happen. So I have to be incentivized with money not to be fucking around with these girls. I'm kidding. I am a grown man, and I can see the big picture, and I'm going to be a good boy. You know, I told my well, I think Kim Amlung is the person I'm thinking of. If she's willing to do it, I think she would be willing to. Again, I don't want to be doing the work, and I do want to do the work. I love working with women and helping them. If a woman's really having a hard time blossoming, if there's a challenge, bring me in. I think I could help. Um, I'd like to think that's how I would be thought of in the process eventually as we grow this out. And I'm doing other things, and I see Plum 8 doing great. I mean, some people see that and start bringing women in. They see the advantage of that, and they think, "Oh, I got here, yay!" And they do fuck a woman or something that's stupid. And for me, I'm thinking of think about how I would find the perfect person if I own this company, was successful, and I have great integrity. Think about how a super sophisticated, successful woman would think about me if that was the person they met instead of the disgusting guy that crosses his own boundaries constantly. So that's the way I think. Like, right? Like, I want to meet the person that truly, when I meet them, I'm like, oh my God, this is my person. I'm completely blown away, and we're so magnetic versus, just so thirsty constantly. Like that, it takes a lot of discipline to get in a mindset that good things come to those who wait. You ever heard of that one? Especially if you're waiting and keeping yourself active and healthy and doing what needs to be done. So, which reminds me, I gotta get a divorce attorney. I haven't gotten one yet. Yeah, I was hoping, like when we went to the first court hearing, we were supposed to ask for continuance together, and I was hoping we were going to counseling, but that's just me in my own damn head being an idiot. Uh, so our next court date's like March 20th or something like that. I had to pay $9,000 this month, which I got to take the check to the bankruptcy attorney, but I'm capped. I just filed bankruptcy, and I just had to spend $9,000 now. That's not including the $2,000 in child support I had to pay to get caught up because I was so fucking tight from filing the bankruptcy. Like, yeah, everything's fucking money. I have no help with my son. No, nobody down here is a backup. Like, I'm stuck somewhere. He's out of school and he's sitting there waiting for me to pick him up. Nobody to help. Like, sorry, son, just chill. He's super cool and patient, so like at least he's understanding. But he's a fucking 13-year-old kid. Yeah, I'll get an attorney. I'm calling this week coming is when I'm gonna start calling around to figure out someone to work with, and I'll have money to pay them first week of March. So it's not like I haven't called anybody just for the fuck of it. Um, yeah, I need to have a good 5 grand to set down because I'm not fucking around. I'm not doing this. I think there's a lot of shit that's. I don't think this is going to be as smooth as I want it to be. We'll see. Yeah, do not that's just emotions. Fucking quit it. Be objective here. Yeah, and it's really hard too because like I said, y- you know, I'm so confident that I know the fucking issue, and I just want it fixed. But you can't lead a horse to water. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, for me, I am rolling myself a big ass blunt right now because I don't give a fuck about my guys. Um, was this and this was for you to get your ADHD medicine? Damn it. Sorry. Oh my god, you're still without. Oh my god. I'm surprised your house is in order. Like I'd be smashing shit being so pissed probably. A little fasting helps, does it? Good. Yeah, I hate it when that happens though. When you know you need to slow down and like this weekend, this is the first weekend I'm free. You know, Frederica, she's not available until Sunday night, and that's when her sister leaves. She's supposed to be coming and staying Sunday now, tomorrow night. So that's nice. But yeah, like I'm like going crazy. Do I just got all this other tail lined up? Maybe I should ask one of those girls if they want to hook up this weekend. No, Joe, be good, behave. You got a good thing going right now with this Greek girl. She's aware of your situation. She's wanting to be a distraction, her friend. She might be running around with some guy named Luke right now. You don't know. Just chill the fuck out. Oh, I love being human. Yeah, yeah. That's yeah. That's the big thing here. Like once I'm done with this divorce or whatever, like the money aspect of it, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Um, and right now, I think one of the big reasons why she ran is because she's like, you're like every year we have to pay in taxes right now, like $13,000. I'm like, we're spending that every month just to live on. That's 1 month of expenses that we owe for the full year, because we're not managing our money properly. Where would we be if we were actually working together and managing our shit? What kind of marriage would we have? What kind of household would we have? Would I get mad and yell at the kids for disrespecting you if you were standing up and making and holding them accountable and for their actions? Would we be even in the situation if you were just, or is your excuse, well, I told you on my Plenty of Fish profile, I only wanted to be with somebody half the time when I didn't have my kids. It's your fault you got with me when I had my kids. That's what you're going to tell me? And I'm the one that's a narcissistic and unhealthy. That's what you're going to tell me. Okay, well, good luck. Love you, like I really do, and I feel like you're fucking yourself and us. You're fucking us all over because you're not stepping up and being the woman that I know you can be because you've done it. Yeah, he must be really hurting. I don't know what the fuck that guy's problem is. Midlife crisis. What happens when he comes back crying? I don't. I don't love you anymore. Sorry. It's fucked up. I don't think I love you anymore. Oh yeah, that's what they do to you. That's what they do to you. They make it out to be your fault. Well, yeah, I'll be 2 years in March next year. 2 years removed. She's been gone since March last year. So she stayed the night. I think the last night she stayed the night was January 18th or 19th, something like that. And really, I actually felt like things were actually going to be okay. She was really opening up, being like close again, but then the court date got close and she panicked and retreated. So yeah, I don't know. It sounds like we both, in our workings, we need to use this as fuel. Um, Absolutely. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. That's a drive. Damn. That's that. That would be nice. Have a video call that would drive here and not have to do anything. Yeah, so that's what I think I'm going to do. Frederica, she basically she's says she's very vanilla, always has been, but she was very like yeah, she's got an appetite. Um, I remember when I asked her, I was like, how often do you masturbate? Because that says a lot about somebody and their sexual. She's like, well, I have to every day. I was like, oh shit, damn. I thought I masturbated a lot. Fuck. So it's super exciting because, like I said, the energy's there. But like, if she wanted to get serious, I wouldn't let it happen because she's already told me that she wants to have kids. So, and I have considered, and I'm not. I'm on where I am on the fence is that I definitely want to help by being a foster parent. I don't know if I want to bring another kid into this world. There's enough kids in this world, and I brought two. Do I want to bring a third? I don't know. Like, I wonder how my son would feel about that. I wonder how my daughter, that's completely alienated from me, would think about that. Or even if she cares. But, like, God, to think and start over again doing that. My partner did that at this age. He was like 50 when he met this 20. Yeah. I introduced my partner Jay to. I was going to TGI Fridays. I made friends with the girls there. They started, I'm their cousin now, and I get free meals and shit. I always give them good tips. Like, yeah. So, like, I'm going there like 3 to 5 times a week. Like, fuck making a mess in my kitchen. I'm going to go eat at Fridays, hang out with my friends. I take Jay there with me and a couple other guys because we just won a big contract. And then Jay starts flirting with one of my friends. That's one of the waitresses. And then I find out the next day at work that he got kicked out of his house because his wife caught them in bed together. But the wife was staying in another house and, like, kicked him out of his own. Like, he was sitting there at his own house, kicked him out of the house, and she's not even staying there. Fucking came into work the next day saying he's not coming here. I own the company. He ain't getting shit. Like, they were in the middle of, they were separated, legally separated. They just got legally separated, and now they're getting a divorce. I'm like, I told him, I was like, I'm not getting in the middle of any of this. That was my last day working underneath her. Like, I quit that day. But that's a hell of a story. Like, him fucking finding somebody that young. And then now they're married, him and the waitress. My business partner married that girl. And they have 2 kids together. She's online. Her name's Angie Herring. She's Angie Knows the Truth, is her website or whatever. And they travel. They just got back from Italy. Like, yeah, like, it's crazy. But he's like 65. This was 15 years ago. Now he's 65. And fucking has 2 kids that's like 6 and 8. And all of his older kids are already like out of the house and shit. But like, How are you going to be that old and have fucking a 6 and 8 year old? Like, like, well, you're getting the experience though, and that made it possible. That's crazy. So there's a silver lining, and you know there's plenty of silver linings. Yeah. Wait, how old are they again? Did you say 8 and 10? Man. Yeah. So like, the 6 and 7 year olds harder because they're younger and they don't have their autonomy yet. But and you don't want to overdo it when they're with the other parent, but you should always have a line to your child. You should always be able to text, say, "How you doing, kiddo? Merry Christmas, love you," or call them, say, "Hey, Merry Christmas, love you." Even if they're not there, you should still be present, and both parents should work towards that being like, "Oh, it's Christmas with Dad this year. You're told your mom doesn't exist," like that kind of shit. Oh, the alienating, like just because. Well, you guys also were. Is that because he's married or something, or what? Well, let's hope. Let's hope he gets to a point where he can grow and become the man that deserves such a thing. For your kid, for your kids, for your kids' sake, that is. Oh, yeah, my wife. Yeah, well, all I'm saying is like the never word can definitely harm you even. And I love what my wife, she brought this early in our marriage. Love your kids more than you hate your ex. And that's where that comes in. If not encouraged. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean that's how people get conditioned. And you know, for me, I just trying to keep everybody, you know, keep myself composed, keep myself level headed because there's so much going on around. Yeah, like that's all we can do is control what we can. It's sad that they'll never. It's sad to think that they would never find or grow to that point. But you know, oh, a lot of people do see avoidance at first as somebody that's strong and composed. They don't realize they're freaking the fuck out and melting down in there and don't know how to handle it. And that's where I'm like it's to me it's sad to think that they're like, yeah, yeah, a lot of resentment I hear in that. But yeah, 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 and again, you know, it's hard to I don't know. You don't want to get so soft either where you let people get over. But to me, again, when I see somebody hurting like that anymore, like I used to get super pissed at my wife. I am pissed at her right now. I even told her, I was like, listen, this is, I think my last text to her was me apologizing for being so shitty with her for the past few days because I was. I asked her if there was anything wrong with the HSA card because it hasn't worked for me for the last few times. I don't know. I didn't do anything. I'm like, okay, well, do you mind looking so that way I can see? She's like, you're a grown man. You can do it yourself. Like, damn. Like, seriously? Like, you're going to be shitty with me after, like, you know, you just called me last week because Tempe couldn't get into her tablet or whatever. And because I manage that shit, you have access to it. But because I manage it, I helped. I was happy to help. You know, my attitude wasn't go look at it yourself. I'm the asshole. Like, fuck you. You're an asshole. You're the reason why. Like, I just started blaming her and calling her out and doing all like, you know. And I know all that did was made her feel this big. Because here I am showing up. Here I am doing what I shouldn't be doing. So I had to apologize because that is part of my problem. I'm not saying I don't bring problems to the marriage, but my resentment and my frustration has gotten so high, and you have invalidated. When I tell you I'm upset, you're like, I hear you're upset and I hear what you want. That's not for me. You know, that's not validating me and what I want. That's just you saying you hear what I want, and you're not saying I hear you want that you want. You're not laying out what I want in your own words. That way, I know that you hear me. You're not validating what I said. You're telling me you hear me complaining, and you're just going to move on. Like, you're not listening to me. You never do. Oh, well, wait a minute, Joe. Like, are you hearing what you're saying? She never hears you. She never validates you. She's going to come back when she has no money to order out for food or needs the kids something done for them. She's going to come back and be sweet. And you're going to see that and take those breadcrumbs and turn it into something. But again, that's transactional. That's who she is. Not by choice, not, maliciously. She's doing it because that's how she survives. And that's what we're all trying to do, is survive. She's not aware of she's living in it. She can't get up here to see it from where we see it. That doesn't mean we're above her or better than her. It just means she's not woken up to it. She doesn't see it yet. That she can't even look at it. She's so scared to. And that's where I'm saying that's where it sounds like your guy is. It's not malicious what he's done to you. He's not trying to do these things to you. He's a fucking idiot. He knows no fucking better. You know? So, right? That's the whole point. You can't lead him to water, right? I mean, you can lead him to water, but you can't make him drink. So, um, in all of my counseling that I've always went to, all you do is ruminate over the old past, and you're going through the motions in the session, and you walk out there frustrated even more than you were before you went in, like you're not getting any growth. Instead of focusing on, hey, what do we have planned moving forward? What's next? What do you two have to look forward together? What's coming next, and how are you going to handle that? And when we see each other, it'll be after that. So I want to know. So be mindful of these things, and let's see. Like, never have I been a place where they were forward focused and taking you on an experience. Hey, we're gonna take you through experience. We hope you grow. By the end of this experience, you should have blossomed. Okay. By the end of your experience with this as a relation, as a couple, you two should have blossomed as a couple. I've been thinking about whether we'd open up Plummet to men and try to help. Like, I take my own principles. Like, I don't like working with men. I don't feel comfortable working around men. I prefer to work with women and be sexual and even sexual work with women. Um, or couples in group settings, I think would be okay. I feel like I would be comfortable with that. But working directly with men, it's not something I'm interested in doing. But that doesn't mean Plummet can't do that. I think it should have that capability. Uh, we should have male and female photographers for whatever the fail and or male, yeah, whatever the client, uh, yeah, whatever they prefer. I don't. Well, I think I wouldn't get that specific with it. Do you feel more comfortable working with men, working with women, either or? And that would tell us, okay, maybe we should get them. They feel comfortable working with women. We want to get them in their most vulnerable. We're going to get deep. So if they're not comfortable with something, maybe depending on what it is, maybe we do put them with somebody they're comfortable with, because part of the work is to make them more comfortable working with you. God damn it, this service is going to help me even. I'm going to fucking learn how to work with guys. See? We all we all win. And that's how you know you have a good idea, by the way, is when you start seeing shit like that. So I hate the idea, but I know it's right. Yeah, you enjoying the work? Tell me about it. Son, you need to know to be a man, you must be able to give it to a good. So, this is what I did as a child, and I think it's going to carry on. It's going to catch on like wildfire. Just wait. Let's go hunt that donkey down. We're going to hunt that donkey down. We're going to take that donkey for a ride up the mountain. I am going to Colombia to fuck a donkey. All right. It's acceptable there, everybody. Calm the fuck down. Oh my god. If you can't get laid in that workshop, there's a problem. How much is it? No. Uh, yeah. I definitely excited for the possibilities because, like, Frederica, I like her so much, but I mean, she's a distraction, a very friendly, very nice distraction. Um, I'm going to enjoy my summer with her, and or however long there is, and we need to get we need to get this website idea concept down. I'm going to wireframe this more. Well, let's think about a timeline here, because here's another thing I like to think about. Let me find. Yeah, there's a timeline. I knew I had one in here somewhere. All right. These are not in. We're not doing an MTP right now, but we are currently right here. This is how I look at things. Okay, this is my timeline. It should just be. It's the master plan. All plans fall under this master tech plan. Master plan. Anyway, all the businesses, all the brands I associate with, they fall in this timeline because my timeline is. Yeah, I guess one of the issues is that everybody works on a different timeline. Every identity probably has their own timeline. This is my timeline, and those that don't have a timeline or a structured timeline, if they're going to create one and they're going to work with me, especially on business or something, I say, this is my timeline, but it could be our timeline if you like. If it's not our timeline, beautiful. I need to know your timeline because I'm living in my timeline. And I'm willing to work with other timelines, but I'm not willing to not work with my timeline and only work in your timeline. If that makes sense. So I want to know where you are and what your thoughts on that are. Well, you're getting too granular. Uh, yeah, this is life. I'm not talking about your certification right now. I'm just talking about in general. Do you have a timeline? Because I use this not just for business, but this is for personal life. This is for everything. Do you have a timeline that you work on right now? Correct. And I don't know how you break things down. The way I break things down is basically in a 3 year pattern. Okay. So I'm going to ask you to work with my timeline right now until you either develop your own that I can work with, or you can adopt a very similar one to mine if you want. It's up to you. It doesn't matter. But real quick, just so you understand, and I'm going to explain this to you and lay this out for you so you understand, and then see if you can see what you're getting ready to tell me about. Tell me what you're about to tell me about using my timeline terminology, if that makes sense. So the way this works is I break it down to every 3 years. And the reason why I do that is because I don't want to look back past the last 3 years. I'm not going to look at the 2020 and 2022. I'm not going to really think about it. I'm only going to be focused on this for a reference point. Because, ooh, look where I was last tech plan. That's the delta. Where I left off right here is as good as this current 3 year gave me, and I'm started on the next 3 year section, and I will think about the next tech plan, but I'm not going to think about the one after that. That's too far away. So as I'm building this tech plan, I'm thinking about, okay, what did this tech plan look like, and what did that jump from this tech plan look like when I started this one? And what do I want this one to look like when I kick off so I can see that delta? Because while I was doing this tech plan, I've been preparing for this one, and now I'm in it. Because I've been doing this since back in 2015. I created the master plan, and when 2017 is like, I got to start every year. 2017 is getting ready to start, so I'm going to start this every year. So 2017 was my very first time doing this, and I've been doing it every 3 years. I can tell you where I stopped in 2019. This is when I started my own business, and ICORA kicked off, and this is when I was on my own. I started, and then right here in 2024, in this quarter right here, I got sued and I had to restart a new business. So this whole year I spent reframing everything, and I just started Navicore right towards the end of this and the beginning of this one, and now we're getting things rolling with it. And I'm in this quarter right now, and I can tell my story as I go through here. And I met right around this time or this time. I think it was right around this time is when I met this girl that worked at this place, and we talked about this thing, and here we are already talking about this. Now, when did we meet? Was that last? That was a while ago. That was what? When did we do that shoot? Yeah, so Q3 of last year. Think about how fast that's gone. And we just came up with the idea of Plummet probably, midway, and here we are in the first quarter of this year. We're just starting. We're in the infancy, right? So what I'm saying is by the time we get done with this tech plan, this 3 year, the idea was just started here. If it has a solid website, we have customers going, we've done our first experience by the end of this, to me, that would be okay. That'd be a great start. And I want us to take our time and do this organically, thinking of the big picture, thinking about the next tech plan. So where do we want to be as you're thinking about things and reframing things? I'm trying to give you something for us to, by coaching this way, I'm coaching you through business to help you coach people through a journey for them to get to a certain point in growth, right? So I hope this will help you even when you're working with your clients and your counseling. And think about where we want to be. So again, I don't like to move fast. I like to I like to create a vision and us to work towards that vision and see ourselves, because sometimes I'm like, hey, by the first quarter of next year, we're going to have all this X, Y, and Z. And then when we get there, I barely got X off the ground. I'm like, okay, Y and Z was a great idea, but we didn't go that fast. So as we're planning the next round, let's just plan to get Y done. Great. Because we're not going to try to get Y and Z done. We know. Or maybe we are better and we think we can get Y and Z done in the next push. I don't know. But as we do it as a group, we'll build chemistry and we'll figure that out together. So this is how I like us to. Absolutely. Yeah. And I want your focus not to be plummet right now, but to be bridge between us. That has to be solid for plummet to have legs. Now, when we get into plummet, just like you're having these different packages, we can do the whole experience. We're going to be able to have. You just want to do the shoot. You just want to do the different phase shoot, right? So talk about a lot. I can get a phone call at any time to get my dogs. So I thought you said you. Oh, that's right. You said you had until 4, but your date cancels. That's probably why you had till 4. Now you don't. Now you don't have the time. Okay, I got you. Then why don't you? Well, first of all, slow down. Quit trying to get him to ask you out. First of all, ask the motherfucker out. Why are you? Why? We're gonna have to do some work with you to get you to blossom, aren't we? So why are you trying to get him to ask you out? Why don't you just ask him out? I was waiting for that. That was the first thing I thought was going to come out of your mouth when I said that. I was like, motherfucker, don't tell me. I blossomed, motherfucker. I think it should be that at all. I think the second one should be every time. I got what I needed. Okay, next. That's all I heard. And it happens to a lot. It happens to a lot of women, and it's also because the when a woman will sleep with me on the first date, that is a big, huge. Okay, you just want to have fun, and that's all this will be. Um, and 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 and, and the sad thing is that most men, and this is another reason why, like, if I do that, I won't do it if I know I'm only going to sleep with the person once. I won't do it. But if I want to sleep with the person, I'm going to continue to sleep with them. I just know that, hey, okay, we're going there now. Because I make myself very clear that, where I am. And if somebody goes that fast with me, like my wife, we waited a week before we had sex and we saw each other every day. Um, since the first day we met. I didn't know she slept with her fucking ex after the first night we met until recently. that really fucking pissed me off. Like, but to know that she's been holding that for me this whole time, like, how fucked up is that? Like what? And I won't allow myself to. I can't control that. All I can do is control how I'll react to things moving forward. And yeah, there's a lot of issues from both points, and what I'm getting at is I I'm being real with everybody on every platform, everybody I talk to. I don't care if people know where like. Yes, I'm getting a divorce right now. No, it's not what I want. I don't like it, and I'm not going to bash my ex because I do love her, and if she chooses to, not avoid things, she'll tell you now she's not avoiding things. She's doing exactly what she knows she needs to do. Um, and I would say she's still avoiding everything she needs to do. Um, the dogs in this house will disagree that she's not avoiding things she should be taken care of. Like, uh, yeah, that I get my stepdaughter too, which is really nice. Like I'm trying to keep, I'm trying to still be the stable one even while she's filing for divorce. Sorry, go ahead. So was your what? Yeah, how did you respond? Yeah, we're not. You're not there yet. Yeah. Now it depends on what platform you're on, though. Like if you're on FET and somebody asks you that, I think that's fair game. So when I think about this being born and coming to life, because this has to get branded. This needs branded. Um, yeah, you're going to need QuickBooks Online. You need QuickBooks Online set up. You need to be able to take payments, and that's all through QuickBooks. Like so, that's why. So, how serious are you about starting a business? Like I mean, you're taking a class right now, so it's pretty fucking serious. So, when you start this, what is going to be your budget monthly that you're going to be able? Because I'll have to work within that budget to keep your business alive, and that's what we do. I have a licensed CPA. Now they are in Kentucky, but they do great work, and they work on Ohio clients. So working with me, what you're going to be doing, you're also going to be helping out something else. This is something I want to show you here. So right now, I have all these companies working together to build what's called the master plan. AP Schweitzer is a licensed CPA. 3Z, this is a data center in northern Kentucky. Summit, this is a MSP, managed service provider. They do IT work, and they're out of Blue Ash. Cincy PCS, that's a service desk, like they do break fix computer stuff. And that's Jay, the guy that married a young lady. Anyway, under this master plan, we have different companies taking over different functions of the business. So you would fall under a client under, I would say, you're going to be solely managed by your tech stack and all your services. I'm going to set you up so you're going to get 365. This site that I have, like this one, this is the one I use for my company. There's a lot of members here from what I call anchors, those business people from the different businesses, plus clients, gatekeepers from clients. There's a lot of people in here from different businesses that access my business's portal, if you will, my SharePoint. I have an admin team that they all don't have access to, only people that work with me directly inside of here for working on projects for Navicore. These are Navicore projects that are going on. Some of them are in progress, some of them are ready for review, some of these are roadmap items, meaning they're going to happen here soon. So once these get completed and we get freed up, some of these will kick in. And then I have an account management page where we manage all the different businesses that use the master tech plan, right? So if I go to client orgs here, these are a list of all the businesses that my framework I'm telling you about, my timeline, they all didn't have one either. That's so rarely do people have this anal of a, they're not traumatized to the point in life where they had to build a framework so that way they could work with others, because I'm so good at what I do and I help so many people. They all want the benefits of working with me. I'm like, I can't help you all if you guys can't be organized. So I had to build it and have everybody work from it from there. Now everybody has an admin pipeline. Now everybody sends their matters to the same place and they get handled by a team that I can control and manage how they get done. So as I'm like organically figuring out how to do this shit, like, just by the way, how valuable do you think someone like me would be to a company like P&G? Yeah. Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, and I get that you guys have at Fifth Third, you guys have a great, but businesses that don't have that level of a system. Absolutely, absolutely, and the whole point of this is I like a lot of these like small businesses, they go buy 365 for somebody and do all this stuff. Like I'm telling you, no, get your own and I'll manage it for you, and you'll have your own SharePoint. You have all this. You have your own site. We'll set up your own site for you because we're going to set you up like a corporate business runs things. So you can, as you hire people, now you have a page where they can go to. Like, and people think it's hard. I'm like, no, this is modern technology. It's just a different way of practicing and sharing information. These SharePoint sites, your department leads can manage their own sites eventually, but it has to be, you have to have it managed well enough to where they see the big picture, and then it's like licensed drivers. Like you don't just create the road and build a car and then have them drive. Like this has been going on for a long time. They're coming into something that's been practiced for a long time. So we need to teach them how to don't create their own rules. Like stick to the same rules. Anyway, by how yeah. Well, good because once your tuition's done, you'll have that freed up, and that should be enough for you to have the essentials. You're probably going to have about $100 a month in Microsoft, another $100 a month in HubSpot. You're going to have $50 to $100 a month with QuickBooks, and I would suggest maybe having Adobe Acrobat Pro just for PDFs and getting electronic signatures through the online shit. And everything else we can provide. And you're looking at, having a space to do your sessions in. Now, are you going to be fully virtual? Yeah, you're definitely not going to do it out of your house. You're going to, like, so when we list you on here, or like when we go to do Plum 8, what I'm trying to say is I'm going to help make, bridge between us. And what if you got other counselors that could come in that have clientele that will work underneath your wing because they like your framework so well? Do we want to say, hey, I'm willing to bring other counselors under this umbrella. This is what we're focused on, and we have a page laid out that they would get access to that kind of spells out what we're expecting. They're going to like it. And they're going to be like, oh, I can manage my appointments and the booking's done for me. And this is great. Yeah. So what I want you to do is become a gangster, a boss. Don't think about you and individual. No, you fucking sit back and drink in cash with everybody else's. You get what we're doing. You create the mission. I'm trying to hype you up and make you a fucking front man and create a band is what I'm trying to do. Um, I don't know if you have that in you or not. Like, if you want to be a solo artist and do this one thing yourself and that's it, that's fine. But I say build it out in a way to where you can bring and have create a brand. Don't make it about you. Make it about the brand. Um, and if you do that, I'll help. Correct. Now, obviously, if Bridge Between Us takes off and does well, I mean, I I hope that like I want to if if things go well and you actually do have this rolling out, this graphic, well, I think I closed it. The graphic I showed you with all the different businesses, like you would fall under Navicore, but there would be a branch over, and then you'd have all these people, uh, not just clients, but professionals underneath you that are associated with this, and we're all making money together. And the framework that's feeding all of that is the master plan, the SharePoint site. It's the framework, it's the website, it's the setting up HubSpot. So here's the next thing that we're going to set up for you too. I'm just trying to give you an idea of all the work I want, give you a picture of what I want us to do. And I'm doing this for other brands, including myself. This is my website right here. And it's nothing fancy. If you click this up here, this wellness check, you can go and book a 1 hour check-in with, one of our technicians. But think about that. If you, on your website, you're going to be able to have people schedule time with you that will go on your calendar, and your calendar's only going to show open availability to the days that you have available. So you don't even have to be there to schedule anything. People are going to schedule their appointments when they go through the thing. And it's going to be on a time going, I want Tuesdays from this, from 6 p.m. or from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And that's the only times it'll show up on their website, and they're going to book the next available one. And you get good at that timeline I told you. That timeline becomes king, because if your desired state's to be rich and make a fucking $1 million and to travel the world and have people working for you doing your dream, this is what I believe it takes to get there. Having this level of discipline and structure and working the system. So this will allow you to, when they schedule things and do things, we're going to capture it inside of. Now, I'm just now building out the sales and marketing side of mine. So this is all very new. Our website, everything's shit right now. I get that. But again, we just started at the beginning of this tech line doing our website and stuff. We've been focused on clients and their websites. I can show you their websites and stuff. They're better. We're working on ours. Let me go back here. So the reason why we want this is because every time somebody fills out a form on our website, or fills out an assessment, we create the assessments and do all that stuff. This is where it's going to track all of the people that sign up. And I think it's also important for you to do, think of the business side. Bridge between us, the workplace, and the person relationship. That us. Think about doing a corporate workshop. You've got years in corporate. Think about doing some of the, having the brand be able to do businesses that come in here. Because guess what? There's a lot of breaks right now that were released for businesses that do educational things, especially around technology. They get kickbacks, and it's tax deductible and all kinds of stuff. So they have budgets kicked out for this stuff. If you create a program for workforce development and, there's so many different routes you can go in this. And with you being focused on individuals and relationships, I'm sure there's got to be a place somehow. But anyway, you're going to track everybody that comes in. And HubSpot's really good about building workflows with sales funnels and stuff of that nature. Beautiful. So you understand where we're going. I'm sure you guys use Microsoft and HubSpot. Yeah. And using it for the website and tracking your clients is a very minimal thing. Oh. This is Joseph. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all ready for you. She's just finishing up on the time, so they're finished.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Yep. So I'm going to go get my fur babies. They're going to look so fucking cute. They always do. They're so clean and cute and fucking cute. They're so fucking cute. Yeah, and I recorded the transcript to this. I recorded this call and the transcripts. So I created a folder for us. Um, I'm gonna get your email notes. I'm compiling all of this stuff because by tracking this in my systems, and when we pick up next time, we're going to have a place to pick up from where we left off. And that's the beautiful thing about capturing our work. So think about the. I do want to get you access to that information and be able to talk to those tools. To do that, you already bought the domain. Don't worry about the website yet. Don't worry about the website. We'll get when we get HubSpot is when we'll do the website. Okay, and HubSpot's a few phases down the road. Right now, what we want to do is get your domain set up so that way you have an email. Get your Microsoft set up so you have an email. I mean, and we can go ahead and build a SharePoint site so that way we can start building out your internal framework for your different sessions and things of that nature, and to build your AI so that way you have something to talk to help you prepare and streamline appointments and getting them scheduled and talking points. And then I want you to also think about having a section in your house where you're going to do the calls, because I think you should start off with digital calls, start those soon, start practicing, like you said. Then what we're going to do is we're going to I'm going to come up with a little light and a camera. We're going to set you up with a perfect setup to where you look professional and you can have it. We're going to get you a clean, good looking setup so that way when you do your sessions with people, they feel like they've spent some money and they're like actually talking to somebody that's a professional. And we're going to work on cadence and things of that nature. If you're open to that kind of coaching kind of stuff, I think that would be a lot of fun to have you be able to work with couples or individuals, but still feel personable and have a really good quality. Because you're not so worried about, like, you want to be able to see them and read off of them, but they're the paying ones. Like, they're the ones getting the experience, right? So we want them to see something that looks like really good. Yeah, I think this is exciting. I would love to help, and I know a few counseling places that could help us, give us pointers and stuff, and maybe even send us their overflow. Oh, and I think you've done I think those 6 areas is a great start, and what we need to do is do a case study on each one, basically like a one pager deep dive into each one. Um, and yeah, like you're on the right track. You're doing the right things already. And having that internal site, something that you can pull up in a meeting that nobody else can see except for you when you have your laptop, so you can present it to them. And you're going to have breakthroughs as you go through here. And you're going to want, and you don't want to continuously change what you put on there. So we want to keep it minimal on there and leave you. We'll talk about this more later. I got it. But yeah, let's shoot for 2 weeks. Well, I enjoy our talk. We'll talk later. Have a good one, Darcy. See ya. I bought some Skittles. God damn it! Where's my fuck?
Your call has been forwarded to voice.
I'm hungry. We're doing Kabutos. Oh well. Thirty minutes. I'm fucking tired, y'all. Tired of it all. Krispy Kreme 2012. I am the baddest of them all. If you got no money, then I don't mess with y'all. Anybody here try Kabutos? Kabachi. Fucking bitch. All right, bastards. I got shit I gotta do. Keep it heavy. Keep it real. Till next time.